But in the meantime, enjoy your stay, and we shall get on with a sprint. Where is it? Type first. And I will catch you all at the break. that's part one, and I've just noticed this song's called God Tuner. Let's see. Another sprint. I'm tempted to go and do another writing stream. Not writing stream, my other book writing project. But I don't know if I should go and do Hypershore or stick to Hybrid Hearts for now. But in the meantime, where is it? Let's do that. But writing is a good excuse to not be bored. If anyone's up for it, I might do a live reading rather than any writing, if people are up for that. Again, if you're looking, there's no need to say anything. Excuse me, if anyone heard that, my apologies. Oh, I should probably install that game again soon. Let's see, are there any other promos? There we go. I really should have done this earlier. Oh, I've done it again. Space. Was someone in here? Who there is? Forgive me for doing all this. I'm literally finding extra places to promote my streams. Self-promo. I meant to edit that. Space and R. last server I'm looking for? Oh, it's there. Here we go. And that should be that. That took a while. Right, so I really should do that before stream, but I'm an idiot sometimes. So let's hop back into another 25 minutes. I just realised... Oh, I can hear myself. Oops. I didn't realise that I was messing about with it yesterday. Because after I finished my writing stream, I did a bit of messing around with the voice mod this morning. And I'd completely forgotten. And I hadn't even noticed when I was messing with Audacity either. Because I was practicing my audiobook things. Because I might put myself... Oh my god.
The underscore engine. Thanks for following.
Hello. Welcome in. Thanks for the follow. In irony to my name, we are actually working on an original. But I have written fanfictions before, and you can go and find them down below in my AO3 page. Also, this name actually has some kind of sentimental meaning as well, and yeah, so, not entirely false advertisement, because I have streamed my Zootopia fanfiction recently. But, yeah. Anyway, I hope the mic's doing better now, and if anyone's still around, I can chat at the break. We have just over 3.5 minutes to go. I literally felt like I'd been booped to my nose when that sound played. I'm so glad I added it. And there we are. Let's do that. And I forgot to toggle that off. Anyway, I have a poll. Let me just check this would be. Hey, you booped me. I need to set that up so it does the sound alert as well, but I haven't figured out how to do that yet. I've just realised I can go for my lunch break now because it's 1:10 for me. But if people want to see me continue writing, feel free to let me know while I get this text poll set up. What fanfics what sort of fanfics do you do other than Zootopia? Oh, that depends, because if I go back to my Wattpad days, hang on, let me see if I can find this out. Do I still have Wattpad? Yes, I do have Wattpad open. So I barely started it, but I've done Frozen. I've done My Little Pony. That one has a finished fanfiction. I've done How to Train Your Dragon. I've done Zootopia. I've done Miraculous Ladybug, Iron Man Armored Adventures, Transformers Prime. I swear. I've done Green Lantern, The Search for Aya, which is my one. They're not finished though, which is annoying. One's a fanfiction, the other's a fanfiction of a fanfiction. I've done The Flash. I've tried doing Big Hero 6. But yeah, the last time I touched my fanfictions on Wattpad, looks like, apart from my original, say 2 years ago, 2 or 3 years ago. But Zootopia I've recently done again. Let's see. Okay, Seeing Double is one of my How to Train Your Dragon ones. The First Half-Breed is my other How to Train Your Dragon fanfiction of a fanfiction. Yeah, I did the same. But I'm really proud of my Lucky Chances fanfiction. Yeah, I don't understand Danny Phantom, so I never really wrote it. Funny thing is, I wanted, after seeing the film that my mum dragged us out to go and see, because she really wanted to see this film called Trolls several years ago. And, yeah, I'm going to say this before I head off onto my lunch break, but, or to go and cook my lunch. But basically, I went off to go and see this film. I was just like, oh, this film's quite interesting. This is quite funny and quirky. And I was like, near the end, I was like, ooh, I want to go and write a fanfiction about it. And it's just, Yeah, that happened. Then, oh yeah, that's what happened. They started resolving all of the unfinished things throughout the film, and I was just like, why have you done that? That's how you destroy a fandom. Because people like to write about things. And so I never wrote a fanfiction based on one of the films that I do enjoy. But one of the best ones has to be How to Train Your Dragon, because the music is just mwah, chef's kiss. I mean, I might get copyright strikes for this, but I have to play the music. Ooh, I forgot I had this video, How to Draw Furries. Ooh, a new person subbed to my YouTube, my gaming channel, not my writing. Huh. Let's do new tab. That's my sister sending me a message. So if you heard those during the... Okay, that was unexpected. I've just had a YouTube video recommended to me called So I Accidentally Became a Furry. Anyway. How to Train Your Dragon. What's the scene called? Oh, there's two scenes. Okay, no, I'm not going to do the wingsuit one. But let me transition to this. So I really, really like this scene. So I'm definitely going to get copyright strikes for this.
Take this nice and slow. Here we go. Here we go. Position.
But I love this scene. The music is awesome. Hey, Paul. You missed my mic mishaps earlier, but we're just watching a scene that probably inspired one of the things in my Seeing Double book.
Alright, it's go time. It's go time.
At least in the plans I had for it.
Come on, buddy. Come on, buddy. Yes, it worked. Sorry. That's my fault. Yeah, I'm on it. Position 3. Go, baby! Oh, this is amazing! The wind in my... Chi-Chi, stop! No! Oh, gosh! Oh, God! Oh, no! All right, okay, you gotta angle yourself. Okay, no. Come back down towards me. Come back down. Ow!
Trying to get the color. That's my favorite bit. It's kind of working. Shift it a little more. Is that better?
Come on.
I really don't know why it's having a color issue. Wait, oh, there we go. I think I've got it now. Let's try that again. Ah, that's one of my favorite music videos. Let's see, just testing the color now. Always chuckle at the ear slap scene. Hey, there we go. The color's working.
Take this nice and slow.
I had to reduce the saturation.
3, no 4.
I love this scene.
All right, it's go time. It's go time. Come on, buddy. Come on, buddy.
Oops.
Yes, it worked. Sorry.
I have actually tried voicing Hiccup before. You should make a steampunk How to Train Your Dragon fic, trust me. It's tempting. I could make Hiccup enter the Steam Age.
Oh, this is amazing. The wind in my Chief, stop!
I usually can't tell if it says jump or stop at that moment.
Oh gosh! Oh god! Oh no! All right, okay, you gotta angle yourself. Okay, no. Come back down towards me. Come back down. Ow! Come on.
That is absolutely one of my favorite scenes. Ooh, there's Uncle. Fun fact: Uncle Iroh is referenced in my Ibershaw series. This one. So that's a little scene I'm working on. Where is it? Orinko Hyro. It's supposed to sound like Uncle Iroh. See? No, I did not mean to open Bandicam, but I will do. But yeah, this is one of the scenes that I'll that basically just a lot of people have said that I introduced too many characters, but to me it's the perfect amount. And then this is a whole like 2.3, 2.4 is him trying to get into the academy. And you can actually, if you type in !Ibershaw, the shorthand of this. So if you type that in AO3, you'll find it. What was the world being like? Oh no, there's way more than 7 people. But it's kind of like the characters are just there. Anyway, I'm gonna go and make myself some lunch, and I'll be right back. What's this one? What's this? That's BRB. And yeah.
Masked Emerald just followed.
And I am back with my lunch. Welcome in, everyone. And it appears we have a new follower. Thank you for following, Master Emerald. Feel free to lurk away. There is a lurk command if you want to do so. And I hope everyone's doing fine. I got some butternut soup and some brioche bread to dunk in it. So I hope everyone's doing well. Angel, welcome in. I am currently eating my lunch. I've just spent 20 minutes trying to cook it. Oh, nice. Chicken dippers sound fun. So, fun fact. That's funny. The writing's going well. I've written about 100 words today, I think, so far. I bet if you made it come out of your nose, you'd look like a dragon. So the writing's going well. I found a really cool website for I did small edits and formatted my debut novel, so now it's available. And now, hey, well done. That must have been a sight to see. Did you tell her what you should have done is panned it down to the food in the video, just to show that you weren't vaping? Oh, well, isn't that convenient? Now you're outlining a new novel. Yeah, it's new. Oh, cool. After I sent the video, she sent me a voice message shouting, "When I get home, you little thing, you'll be dead, boy." And I sent her a pic of the food, and me putting one in my mouth to show that I wasn't vaping. That's hilarious. That in itself should be a whole, like, viral video. So yeah, if anyone would like it, I could go on and maybe do a little bit of reading, if anyone would fancy hearing that. So I do have a title now for live reading. I'll be lurking around. Okay, cool. Feel free to use the lurk command to do so. go. I've moved it a little. Hopefully that's readable. Angel Faye has slipped into their Scriber-Verse once again. Will Angel Faye return? Who knows? Anyway, so if anyone else is still around, would you rather I get into some live reading now? Or shall I continue with my writing? Because I could do that. I could do a live reading of maybe a fan fiction of mine. You don't mind? Okay, let's see who else would like a live reading session. Read. Okay then. Let me find a work that I can pick. Who would be interested in hearing me read out my Zootopia fanfiction? Oh no, everything I write is PG. Anything above PG I keep to myself. Although, I have noticed a lot of... That really caught me off guard. I need to lower some of the volumes. But, yeah, basically, what was I saying? I was saying something, I can't remember what it was though. Oops. Don't know why I was dragging that around. Okay, so... live reading time. So that's a summary. And hopefully this is readable for everyone now. Yeah, anything over PG. Yes, I have written some NSFW stuff, but I don't want to share it because, once again, it's really weird to others. So, TMI there, but hey-ho. Zootopia. Loss, lies, and love. Sean Wilde is dead, or at least he should be. He died whilst trying to be a part of something bigger. He was in a hurry to get to his long-lost cousin's home city of Zootopia, only to find that his one and only friend had ratted him out, quite literally, to the crime lord from his last visit to Central City. Located a longer distance away than Bunnyborough, where he'd been found, and was strangely murdered in the silence of the night. But when another fox appears a week later, from nowhere without reason, Yet with the exact same image and name, Nick and Judy decide to find out the truth of the newcomer, whilst uncovering a case that was thought to have been put to rest before the incident with the Night Howlers. That needs rewording. But while solving these two different cases, they have a third hardest case of all they have yet to solve: their feelings for each other. Chapter 1: A Deadly Distance. The fox wildly ran through his urban territory. He was no hunter though, as he wasn't looking for some mammal. He was the hunted by a crime... By a crime syndicate he was working for. Well, more like he had worked for. He had gotten himself in too deep and awkwardly tried to back out. His plan to evade them was a success, but he knew that they must have his location by now. He knew one other mammal that he could only trust. He knew him, but not vice versa. Meet Sean Wilde. He was a former con artist who had been dragged into the dark side of the world by mammals who he'd say were once his closest friends. Danny Weasley, his boss, who was also a weasel, had been silently watching him as he began his intrepid journey into coming clean to the strongest police force in the country. Sean ran for the sake of his life and for those he cared so much for in the past. His parents, his old friends, and most of all his girlfriend. He had to leave it all behind just to prove himself to Danny. He ran from his past, but now he runs from his present. Hopefully his dark future too, but Danny had other plans. During the time Sean had been a member of the crime syndicate of Central City, which was located a bit further north and a lot further east of Bunnyborough, he had somehow come to terms with the criminal underworld and become friends with not one, but two crime bosses. Unfortunately, now was not the right time to be reflecting on his past, because he had somehow slipped up when trying to avoid being a part of something bigger, when they all heard about the events that had transpired over in Zootopia. Dawn Bellwether was one of their little pawns, but nothing was going to be let out of the syndicate. That one of their own had been captured by an unorthodox coupling of another fox and a certain hero bunny cop nonetheless. Sean had seen the footage, and after realizing that his cousin was now on the light side of all this madness, it made him rethink his place in the world and gotten to come up with a plan. Unfortunately, that plan was also the reason he was running from the threats that only the crime lords thought they knew, but not that he knew was going to be bigger than the Night Howlers case. Sean forgot to look where he was going until it was too late. He barely made it through to the other side of Bunnyborough when a sniper had pinned him down just on the outskirts of the train station just after midnight. Danny appeared as if out of thin air as he watched Sean writhe in pain from the two shots that had him close to bleeding to death. "Sorry, Sean. You know I can't let you do this," spoke Danny for the first time since he faked his death in the center of Central City, in front of Danny's albeit favorite assailant, before pulling his vanishing act once more. "Now, you hand me over that case of USBs, and I'll see to it that you're taken to the Bunnyborough Hospital. It'll be a bit small, but they've got the right-sized rooms for animals like you." He spat on the ground after growling the last 4 words at him. "I don't know what you're going on about," spoke Sean through small breaths, but calmly and with a perfect look of confusion. "What USBs? I thought you had everything in a safe below the headquarters. All I want to do is see my cousin." His vision began to change. "Good thing I was able to hide it in the basement of a decent burrow before I made it out here," he thought, ignoring Danny's request for it once more, but more agitated this time. He barely registered the badger at the back, walking away from the group of hitmen He was his closest so-called friend at the HQ. The last thing he saw was a flash of white in his vision before it all went black. His last thoughts were literally that. If only I'd met my cousin. And that's chapter 1. He actually did. How long is it? I am actually reading it out. And would anyone like me to continue chapter 2? Because I think there's 10 chapters for this. Also, does anyone think Ops on the Meteor? You can if you want. Continue. Hey, I'm getting lots of people who are liking my reading. Chapter 2, Relatively Awkward. It was a wonderfully calm day at the police department in Zootopia. Nothing could have gone any better, apart from 2 especially small mammals having to avoid a certain mammal's new favourite song. After avoiding the cheetah on the front desk, Benjamin Clawhauser, who appears to be staring way too closely at his tablet, watching a new music video released today. "Hey Nick," spoke a certain bunny, who had proved everybody wrong, even Chief Bogo himself, in being able to solve a certain case within an impossible time span, albeit that she had figured out the answer after her time away from the city. She still didn't understand why she had gone to Nick in the first place, but apologies felt to be her top priority at the time, for he was her first true friend in Zootopia that she could rely upon, and at the time, who she didn't want to be the last either. "What's up, Carrots?" spoke Nick. Nick was not a bunny. He was surprisingly, to the whole department, except the smart rabbit, a fox. Even though he was once slightly skinnier than the usual form for a fox, since the academy he has put on a decent amount of muscle. Enough to make the rabbit steal a glance every now and then when off duty, hoping he wouldn't notice her stares and gazing at his muscular body. "You got anything planned for the weekend?" the rabbit asks with a hopeful look on her face. Nick could detect the hint of free time, which meant that she'd like to hang out whenever she would like to. But this wasn't usual. This wasn't the usual style of the bunny he knew. She was almost all the time being the workaholic type. "Who are you, and what have you done with my carrots?" he replied, knowing that it would get a response in the form of a punch to the arm. Yep, he knew exactly what she was going to do. "Ah! Ow, what was that for, Judy?" This punch was a little stronger than her last one, where she'd almost knocked his coffee from Snarlbucks into his top. "Ha ha," laughed Judy sarcastically, before sharing the sly smile that Nick usually wears. "Well, I think I've been working too hard lately, and with the lack of cases like that one to work on, I figured it was time for a break." "That's the carrots I know," he replies, taking another few gulps of his coffee. Thank God it's a Friday, he thought as they left the bullpen after a roll call. Another patrol for the 2 of them, but only to masquerade as the cover image of the ZPD's finest cops. The rest of the day was slow and uneventful, but not an offense to the speed of a sloth nonetheless. A few odd stares every now and then, but a lot more positive mammals said nicer things anyway. During their lunch break, Chief Bogo had secretly gotten word from Bunnyborough's police department that a fox had been murdered near the border to Judy's hometown, but his gut told him something was up. He didn't care much about such things like this, even when it came to foxes really. But when he heard the shocking news about the DNA sample, he changed his mind and decided to tell the 3 of his highest ranking officers about the new case. None of them being Nick or Judy. And that's chapter 2. So, what are everyone's thoughts before I continue on reading? I think I actually have a clapping sound if you want to use that. Ooh, let's see. There we go. I see everyone's loving this, or liking it, as she has said. Chapter 3, A Terrible Truth. Wait, how many did I say there were again? Oh, there's 11. Oh yeah, because I wrote it again recently. So yeah, this is the work that you can read in your own time if you want. Shy. Oh, shy. I'm so used to the Japanese symbol for she. I need to remember that it's shy. But yeah, so there you go, there's hits 285, blah 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 blah. I've only, interesting. Anyway, chapter 3, A Terrible Truth. Later in the evening, Nick and Judy had both gone to Nick's somewhat new apartment that was closer to the ZPD than Judy's, which annoyed her, but didn't have such a high rent price. Nick had allowed Judy to enter first, being the gentle mammal he is, by opening his door for her. So, Cottontail, any ideas on what you'd like to do tonight? Nick asks Judy as he slumps into his sofa beside her. She had gotten to go to his place after realizing how small and obsolete her apartment was. How about one of your movies? I see you have the latest Blu-ray player. She replies, pointing questionably at his player whilst motioning to the television. A new CNN news coverage about a grand library opening later on during the following week presented itself live on TV for Judy as Nick bent down to pick out a movie from his personal stash. He wanted to avoid the ones hidden in the back, mainly because he started watching them ever since she'd apologized to him under the bridge that was nearby. This is so many years old that I can immediately see how bad my writing is. He smiled warmly and openly before his smirk settled in again. Those films were the calm to his own little fantasy world, where it was only him and Judy. Good thing she hasn't found these yet, he thought to himself, as the same weird but small feelings bubbled up in his chest again. Hey, Nick, Judy spoke, popping up on his left instantly. Nick almost jumped up into the air, except his head hit the underside of the table, holding the television, making it rock back and forth wildly. Judy quickly held the TV in place to stop it from falling down and hitting the two of them, before picking Nick up off from the floor. Don't do that again, Carrots. It scared the life out of me, Nick said sarcastically, but a bit woozily. I feel like I'm going dumb and dumber with each hit my head takes. A film reference there. Hey, Gusser. Yeah, I recognise that name. Good luck with your work, and I shall continue my reading. Afterwards, they managed to pick out a couple of movies, Pig Hero 6 and Floatsin 2, to name two of them. Even though they were having a nice night out, Nick couldn't help but get a feeling of dread wash over him at the end of the second movie. Hey Judy, I've got this weird feeling, he says, getting her attention. She hesitates, hearing him say her name, before looking at him warmly. Excuse me. I can't help but feel like I've been dreading something for some reason these past few days. Like, I've dreaded that I couldn't see someone in time. He places his elbows on his knees, dropping his paws between them. Judy places her paws on both his arm and his shoulder, massaging them both. I'm sure it's nothing, Nick, but if you want, we can talk about it whenever you're ready to. If so, would you like me to see if I can find out what it is for you? She replies softly, as she begins to rub his back and seeing his facade drop. She liked it when he did that for her. He never did it around others, just her, which felt special to her, bringing forward a few weird and small feelings. That would be nice, Fluff, but if you can do something for me, could you check that I haven't left anything at the precinct? I think that might be the problem. He begins to smile again. Leaning back into the chair, she pats his shoulder in a caring gesture. He didn't think that was the problem, but he felt like someone was watching him, but then let it slide. She slowly left his apartment, keeping an eye on him as he got up, checking his phone, then went to his room. She could see the lack of movement in his tail, as well as the pinned back ears. Must be tired, she thought, as she left and got into what he called the bunny mobile. Still, I'd better help him. I bet he'd feel better if I was stroking his hands and... She stopped thinking right there. She had no idea where that thought had come from, but brushed it away to the situation. On the rides to the station, she spotted Alicia Fangmeyer sitting with Clawhauser discussing the 2016 Zoolympics as she walked past them into the empty precinct. She went to check his locker, but it was empty. Figures, she thought, as she turns to leave, but was interrupted by the quietest mention of Nick's surname. With a flick of her ear, she then followed the noise of a few officers, who she recognized were a higher rank than her, until she reached a door that read, "Prohibited Access." By rule of the handbook, she shouldn't be anywhere near this door when there are voices coming from it. But curiosity got the better of her, making her place an ear on the door as the voice of Bogo pipes up. His muffled voice was crystal clear to her. Now, as you all know, there are reasons why secrecy like this is rare in the ZPD. Most cases are due to social affairs that psychologically, physically, or both, that affect one or many of our officers. Most importantly, this one case will most definitely be kept under supreme secrecy. Any questions? No? Good, spoke Bogo, making Judy's curiosity rise higher, along with concern for one of her fellow officers, whoever it might be. In staying by the door, she couldn't help but want to know what all the secrecy was about. Her guts was telling her it was about Nick, but she didn't want to accept that fact. She told his story about his muzzle, but as Bogo wasn't going to tell the squad, let alone Nick himself, then this was most likely more serious than his young muzzling. She noticed she'd somehow made a noise of distaste and distraction of her memory and went to head off. But before she could turn around and head for their office, Bogo appeared from the room and spotted her facing away from him. Why did I put at? She slowly turns around to face him with a very strained, albeit entirely fake and unconvincing smile. Bogo just raises his left hoof to his head, shaking his head into it. A timber wolf popped his head out of the door. Guess it's too late to keep this a secret anymore, speaks Bogo quietly and gruffly. Call Nick and ask him to meet us in the stress chambers. The private ones. Sir? Replies Judy, who is now confused. Why would I do that? Because his... The wolf started, before he was interrupted by the voice of a very recognizable fox behind Judy. His ears pinned back as he looked up and saw who it was. Because my what? Spoke Nick roughly, with a small growl. Also with an eyebrow raised questioningly. I hate that word. Turns out she'd spent too long at the precinct and had left him thinking she wouldn't return. Judy had turned around the moment he'd started talking. Bogo motioned to the other officers to come out of the room. It's too late now, officers. Best tell him now before the ZNN somehow gets wind of it, mumbled Bogo to the officers. Walford, Francine and McHorn were all leaving the room and took a look of deep pity towards Nick. Is it something to do with my mum? Nick asks, only to get even more emotional looks, even one from Bogo himself. No, Nick. Bogo responds, placing a paw on his shoulder to bring him into the room. It's about your cousin. Judy entered as well and jumped up to read the file, seeing she was going to hear the bad news as well. She read the report, then the name. She gasped a tear threatening to drop as she looked over to Nick, speaking only the name of the relative. It is Sean Wilde. And that is chapter 3, I believe. And then there's chapter 4. So, what did people think of that reading? I was just having a bit of my lunch just then, that's why I went quiet. But I hope everyone's enjoying the live readings so far. And if anyone has any questions, feel free to throw them out there. And if you just want to lurk, feel free to do that. And if you want to lurk in the open, use the lurk command. I don't mind how you do it, but lurkers are always welcome in the background of these streams. In the meantime, I'm just taking a little voice break from reading, because I need to get into practicing keeping my voice in a good state. So I'm just going to finish having my lunch, and then I'll continue reading this, possibly when my timer goes off. I also hope the music isn't too loud over my own voice. Welcome in, AC. Ooh, my screen's getting a reflection from outside. AC Oliphant. Welcome in. And at the minute, I am doing a live reading of a fanfiction I have written to give myself practice for any future audiobooks that people request of me. Because I am opening myself up in the next month to VA audiobook commissions, and any payments will go through my PayPal, which you can find in the tip section down below. But in the meantime, let's get started. And this, for anyone new tuning in, this is a fanfiction that I wrote years ago, which I've been re-uploading, and around chapter 8, maybe 9, the writing style changes, like either subtly or dramatically. I can't remember if it's this one specifically. Excuse me if you actually heard that. Oh my god, I ate the last of my soup way too quickly. But this is a Zootopia fanfiction that I initially wrote back, I think, in 2018, I think. Hang on, let me check. Oh, nope, I don't want that. I want... where is it? So I did update it this year recently. Okay, yeah, I started it back in bloody hell, August 2016. That's about... I started it exactly a year ago. I started it exactly 8 years ago. I've just discovered that. Wow. So yeah, I'm shocked. It's exactly 8 years ago that I first started it. Jesus. And I mean that in a shocked way, not a religious way. Okay. Whew. Hang on, where did my... Oh, I left my drink downstairs. I'll be right back to read this after I go and grab my drink. And there we go. I take it you could hear me moving around. That's start the timer again. And let's get into just a little bit. Whew. And let's do some reading. Chapter 4, Lost and Found. Nick was weeping into Judy. Ooh. Hey, what did that... Oh, I'm hitting the spacebar. Nick was weeping into Judy's shoulder, something he had never done with anybody before. Even Finnick, his old hustling buddy. Knowing that he had a cousin had pulled him higher, but the fact that he'd died due to the crime syndicate of Central City, he had fallen apart. First, he was mad, breaking 2 machines in stress chambers 5 and 2. Then the door followed by the table in his apartment when he got home. But then, minutes later, he had changed into an upset pup. Judy was rubbing circles behind his ears as they sat on his bed in his apartment, both with lines of tears down their faces. Surprisingly for Judy, Nick's mum had come back with them. Unsurprisingly though, was the fact that she had the same tear-stained face as her son. Miranda Wilde was proud of her son becoming something better, but she couldn't help herself from letting her tears ball their way out of her eyes, just like her son's. She had reacted just like Nick had when he heard the news. It came to a shock for the two of them. Virgo had no choice but to give him at most 9 days off. He didn't want to, but after a heartfelt argument with Judy, with a bit of backup by Clawhauser, he had given in to the bunny's demands and had decided that her arguments to house him with her wasn't such a bad idea after all. At the moment, she was currently holding his head to her chest, as she was stroking the back of his ears and down his neck, as his mother watched from the doorway. She was surprised at how close the two of them were, albeit they were the most opposite of species. She'd come up to the two of them with some coffee, as well as a few of his snacks, hoping to lighten up her son's mood when the door silently swung open to show her what she's seeing now. Judy paid no attention to hearing the door open, as she was trying her best to soothe Nick's frantic mess of a state he was in. Looking after 201 of her siblings before moving to the city gave her experience in calming down someone in a crying fit. After what seemed like ages, he sat up, turned over, and laid his head on her lap. Tears streaked, clearly visible in the fur of his cheeks, but at least now he was wearing a genuine smile on his muzzle. "Thank you, Judy." He spoke, quietly and a little hoarsely as he looked into her amethyst eyes. Such beautiful amethyst eyes for a cute bunny, he thought for a brief moment. "I don't know what I would have done if you hadn't done that." A sniff from his mum made them notice her. Nick spots his mum in the doorway exactly as Judy looks up to see her standing there. She looked speechless as her muzzle slowly widened and closed whilst her eyes spoke volumes, as well as looking ready to create waterfalls. Her eyes glistened from a tear or two, threatening to fall, as she placed the tray on his bed before she sat down beside them. Okay, cool. Welcome back. I don't know if I'll be able to hang around for long, but I'll be here as long as I can. I have you in the background at work. Okay, cool. Good luck with your work as well. Her eyes glistened from a tear or two, threatening to fall as she placed the chair on his bed before she sat down beside them, just off to Judy's left side, where Nick wasn't lying down. She was able to hug both of them, as they all eventually hugged each other. It wasn't for a good 10 minutes that they broke up the quiet moment between them. There was an air of comfortable silence between them before Miranda had decided to be the first to speak up. So, she spoke, her voice wavering slightly as she began to speak. How long have you two known each other or been together? You act like you're a couple. Judy blushes but goes to correct her when she's interrupted, even though you'll say that you're not. Well, she began, after being taken aback by her comment, still stroking his head as her mouth opened a few times, wordlessly, before she looked back into his eyes. She looked back up at the elderly fox before speaking. It wasn't your usual type of meetup. Let's just say we'd hustled each other. He hustled me into buying him a jumbo pop to make his, what did you call them, Nick? Popsicles. He simply replied, putting emphasis on the paw for the laughs as he made a wave of a rainbow as he said it. Like the meme. The three of them giggled a little at his gesture, as he just smiled. Yeah, those, she said, as she then followed up with explaining how she hustled him back into helping her solve a case in 48 hours. In just 20 minutes, she had been able to tell their story to her, along with twisting a few dark moments, but mentioned the moment Nick had opened up to her. You know, when Nick opens up, he most definitely trusts that mammal with his life mishaps, spoke Miranda, passing her paw on her back as her ears spiked straight up. You're really a special type of mammal. It's okay to call me Judy, Mrs. Wilde, replied Judy, smiling brightly as she began to stroke Nick's neck fur, stroking from his shoulder to the base of his ears, and back. She barely jumped at all when she felt a soft rumble vibrating her legs. Miranda looked at him with wide eyes, her jaw dropping a little from wordlessly, like she'd never seen him do that before. Even though it was only the second time Judy had got Nick to do this, it was the first time his mum had heard him do it in ages. Judy? Questioned Miranda, with a telltale tone to her voice that she was uncertain as to what he was doing. What's he doing? She initially had no idea what was going on, yet there was a nagging thought in the back of her head. Oh, that noise? Judy replied almost nonchalantly. He's purring. It shocked me the first time, but I know after a bit of research that a mammal makes the noise when they're enjoying the moment, as well as the sensation of the stroking and massaging of the fur and body. She calmed down to her usual self, remembering what Judy had said just moments ago. Oh. Then, my name is Miranda. Miranda E. Wilde, she said, closing an eye, as Judy's radio came through a Clawhouse's concerning tone, albeit quiet to not ruin the moment, alongside a little crackle of static. Judy? How's Nick? Spoke Benjamin as he whispered through his comm. I hope you guys are okay, because Bogo just got word that his cousin's funeral is taking place in Bunnyborough. Judy's ears sank as Nick grimaced a little, his purring stopping immediately, before it rose up again quieter, as she began to stroke him again. Miranda grabbed her radio from the bedside table and passed it to Judy before she whispered her blessings, picking up the half-eaten tray of snacks and leaving the room. Hey, Clawhauser, she said as they were left alone. What's wrong? Bogo has asked for you to come to the next briefing, ASAP, Ben replied, sounding concerned and thoughtful towards the two of them. Both their fur stood on end, bracing for the worst when Bogo calmly and concerningly spoke through the radio too. I know how much it is for a mammal to lose a family member, but if an officer of the precinct loses a member, then the precinct put it into themselves to help that officer get through it, spoke Bogo. Nick and Judy were slowly on their way out of Nick's home as the conversation went on, describing in concern for Wilde the details of what happened. Now, there will be a briefing at 1400 hours sharp today, give or take 5 minutes, mainly for a roll call, but you can choose now if you'd like us to include 2 minor details of the situation. It's your call. After asking for minutes to discuss it, it seemed like Nick needed to get it off his chest. Not just towards Judy and his mum either, who took it just a little better than he did, since that had already happened. They agreed to release the information and radio back 5 simple words. Yes, please. We'll be there. And that is chapter 4. And now comes chapter 5. The end of Arc 1. I think. It was either the end or the start, I can't remember. Might be the end. Oh no, it's the start of it, that's why. So the first 4 chapters, I think, were going to be kind of like an opening into the plot. And then from, I think, this one onwards, there is going to be like a bunch of chapters that reference each of the words in the title. I've just realised. This had a plan for 34 chapters. Huh. Yeah, so that's about 9 or 10 chapters per section. That's cool. Anyway, chapter 5, Loss. Chief Bogo was sitting in the bullpen without his usual scowl for once, as receptionist Clawhauser and officers Alan McHorn, Francine Pennington, Jacob Delgato, and Alicia Fangmeyer all sat there in the room with concerned looks towards the fox in the front row. They were the only others who knew it was hard for Nick to accept that his cousin had died. Any cracking jokes or puns were all off. Even Nick was struggling to keep a straight face while his best and closest friend on the force sat beside him, stroking the fur on the back of his paw as she held it in her own. Judy's small motions with her thumbs across his paws, soothing him as Chief Bogo quietly makes the announcements for the day. All the officers who had come into the room sat there sensing the undertone of sadness coming from the front row. Some of the officers even began to slightly fold their ears back as the chief leant forward into his podium, paws grabbing either side of it. "All right," Bogo states, as he then leans down onto his left elbow, resting his forehead into his paw to knead it momentarily. Only Fangmeyer and Delgato noticed this. Now, I suspect that most of you are wondering why I asked you all to stay behind afterwards. After speaking, he first glances at Judy and then at Nick. For a brief moment, Judy noticed a compassionate look on the chief's face, before he leaned back up to compose himself. His voice is getting a bit of his usual gruff back into it. There has been a bit of a crisis in the past few days. He looks around the room, checking the faces of all the officers before he continues. Now, some new developments have come to wake in the face of an officer's family. He looks directly at Nick for a good couple of seconds. A few officers turn their heads towards Nick, who dips his head a little. "Sir, what's the problem?" spoke out Officer Wolford in a hushed tone so as not to break the moment, only to not get a reply but a stern look from the chief, before he looks apologetic and stops talking, not looks down. After a deep sigh, the chief looks down and places the documents in his paws on his podium. It seems Nick didn't know he had a cousin. Judy continued rubbing the back of Nick's paws as he struggles to keep a straight face. "Keep it together, never let them see that it got me," Nick chants in his head over and over, while focusing on Judy's touch, as a small number of the officers look a little confused. Probably because there's a sad atmosphere hanging in the air. "It turns out," began the chief, after looking at Nick, then Judy for confirmation. He watched Judy look back with a tear slightly hiding in her eyes as she nodded approval. "That his cousin had been murdered." A heavy silence filled the room. If anyone entered the room, they could have smelt the sadness, sympathy, and respect towards Nick. It all became a blur to Nick after this sentence, as he tried his best to hold back his emotions during the rest of the meeting. After the last few minutes, Nick felt glad that he hadn't broken down in front of the precinct, as they managed to make their way to her father's pickup, which was no surprise to Nick after spotting it in a designated spot. Officers Clawhauser, Pennington and Delgato offered their condolences, alongside the others, but offered him comfort in case he needed somebody besides Judy that he could talk to. It had been a very hard moment for Nick to know that he had a long-lost relative, a cousin nonetheless, who had been trying to escape the clutches of an evil crime world that had taken him in. Before Judy started the pickup, she jumped into his lap carefully and hugged him comfortingly around his neck. On the way to her home, Nick couldn't help but notice that they were heading not for his apartment nor Judy's. He was still a bit shaken from all the information about his cousin, Sean Wilde, who looked identical to him apart from the uniquely mixed red and black coloured eyes. He focused hard on the image of him as they continued to travel away from the city. Watching the skyline slowly drop lower and lower, he found himself thinking about his life so far after they'd passed the border to the city. Nick barely heard her mention something about time off to recuperate from this. Nick, are you okay? Spoke Judy, softly, slightly waking him from a deep daydream. She had pulled over into a gas station for a refuel, but hadn't left the car when she spotted Nick's reflection in the window. Nick had been crying during his daydream, but hadn't noticed this at all. He snapped out of it a little as she slowly made her way over to hug him again. This time he wrapped his arms around her back, his head resting between her ears as he just let everything out. They held each other together, with his racking sobs and her emotional hugging, for a long time, before she pulled her head away from his chest as his crying began to subside. Hey, she spoke softly, still hugging him around his chest. You feeling okay? I'm feeling a lot better now, Judy. Thank you, he replies, placing a quick kiss on her head that did not go unnoticed. Thank you for everything so far. The sky slowly darkens as they continue to hold each other. No awkwardness like before, just two very close friends, tightly holding each other. Although for a brief moment, Judy smiles and blushes as she leans into his chest. A few minutes later, after getting up and paying for the fuel, they continued their journey to her home in the country, Bunny Burrows. I think that was probably one of the longest chapters so far. And then it's the start of the week off series. And I might pause my reading here because my throat's going. Like, I've got a peppermint tea as well, but... Wow. How long did that take me to read? So the time is now at 7 minutes. Oh. Oh, I've been reading that. That was a very long chapter. I think this was twice the length of the previous one. Okay, let's do that. I'm just seeing what the word counts are. But in the meantime, I hope everyone's been enjoying the live reading. And thank you to everyone who have tuned in to listen to my live reading. But I might have to drop back into writing with muted response time during the sprints because I think my time's going to go up soon after this. Because my throat is going from all that reading. I feel like I should have been recording these on Audacity. Oh man. So and there's a poll for anyone who wants to answer it. Just a simple number would work. Okay, we have a vote going for Hybrid Hearts, who's... I don't know why I just said that out loud. I was thinking... kind of like the... What do you call them? Those fast speakers for auctions. So if anyone else would like to have a go... Okay, so we have 2 votes for Hybrid Hearts. It seems that's a popular choice. Will we get a we will get a final choice for number 1, or will we get another vote for another option? The auctioneer guy. Good spot, Shy. Oh. So I hope everyone's enjoyed the live reading of the first 5 of 11 chapters. Let's see, let's get everything set up. I'm glad you've enjoyed it. Right, let's see, what can I do about the title? Let me grab that as the title. Book chapter 2 and 3. I hope the music is doing all right as well. Wait, did I typo? Oh, have to do it manually then. That worked earlier though. What made it different? I have no idea why that didn't work. Oh well. Stream information. Ah, here it is. There we go. Update titles. First draft, update all. There we go. Oh shit. Excuse my language. I've done that twice. There we go. Update all. That should fix it. There we go. That was a mistake on my behalf. Anyway, let's get into it. And that's the end of that sprint. God, lo-fi music is so relaxing. Anyway, I hope everyone's doing well. So, if nobody joined in earlier, I did before that sprint, did a live reading of a Zootopia fanfiction. That took about maybe half an hour or so. Then I think... what did I do? Yes, I read 5 chapters of a Zootopia fanfiction to practice my live reading skill. Because I want to try and set myself up for audiobook commissions, not just for originals, but fanfictions as well. So I did that. And on top of that, I've just been sprinting this Hybrid Hearts work. So I hope people have been productive. I know Shy and AC had to nip off for a while, but yeah. Let me see. Excuse me. Let's do that. So let's put that in. So what you saw me putting up there at the last section of the sprint was I wanted to digitize my notes that I've been writing. And I've got quite a lot of them. Fuge. Oh god, I've got page 1 and 2. Where's the third? It's here. Whew, I thought I lost that for a moment. So I've written notes up to book 2, chapter 6. And I want to make this possibly a 3-book series. But I'm stopping book 1 at chapter 13 because I want to leave it a bit open for people to interpret in their own way. Because I want to avoid the common rule of reading fan fictions, and I'd like to actually see what people make based on my work, because I've already got my own plot planned out, but I'd like to see what other people come up with and compare them. But that's chapter 1. 7's not finished, but yeah. So, and there's also a poll there. So, which name sounds better for one of Jonah's older wolf-aethed sisters? Beatrice or Beatrice. And yeah, so that's one of the things. And if people are open to chatting and letting me know if they'd like me to pick one or the other, feel free to just put a number in the chat. I hope this book gets some popularity in the future. And I think someone might have spotted it, but near the end of chapter 2, there is actually a chat that I've been able to make using an online page, which I'm gonna copy. And just put in so that I can always link to it. So since the previous stream, I have written a total of 898 words. And then when that hits 950, I'm going to reset it. And I hope people have been enjoying the... Did I really start streaming at midday? Get out. That was completely coincidental. Anyway, I appreciate those who are just lurking and don't mind having me on in the background. I'm glad you're in. And yeah, we shall now start with... let's do this. Let's just change the name around so that I can tell. And yeah, so sprint number 2 incoming. 2, 3. I think it's the third one. I think. And without further ado, here I go.
Kiki Hot 23 just followed.
Thanks for the follow. Might as well just come back from the break now. Quickly went for a toilet break, and yeah, I forgot to remove that text at the bottom. So if anyone saw that text at the bottom, just ignore that. But yeah, so hope everyone's doing well. I've written, let's say, actually, how many is this? Oh, Jesus. Oh, heebie jeebie. That's about 920 words on top of 278. 1200. About 1500 words I've written today. Between the chapter notes and the actual book itself. Okay, so yeah, so welcome in Kiki Hot 23 or Kiki. Hope you're doing well. First time chats for you. And I think if I scroll up, I am right in saying I've had a returning chatter. Yep. Polo was a returning chatter. I don't think are no longer around, so Today I have had a follow from the engineer. Then there was a follow from Masked Emerald, which I'm very, very happy with. And then I got one recently from Kiki, which I'm happy with. And yeah. So I hope everyone's enjoying the writing and the music. So I've transitioned away a little from my usual lo-fi writing because it's just making me zone out now. So yeah. But I will be continuing this until maybe an hour from now, so 2 more sprints. Or if people are open to it, I can try and keep going and see if a raid actually happens. It's a long shot, but I guess it could happen. But I hope people are enjoying everything so far. It's nice to just lurk around in the background. I'm perfectly fine with that. And without further ado, let's start the next sprint. And that is that. So, how is everyone doing now? So I take it. Oh, ow! Just been. Oh, I've got a little. Oh, I just don't know how I've done that. Got a scratch across the front one of my fingers. A little sore too. Can't tell if it's a scab or a splinter. Anyway, it's nice to have. Let's see now. Let's check that. Holy jeepers! In that new document alone, I've written 1,300 words, and I've written on top of that about 200, maybe 300 on my other work. Wow. That's incredible. I'm in shock. So yeah. Oh, I've just realised it's really tempting to swap this mouth with this one. I feel like I should. This one feels more casual, whilst this one looks like I'm laughing. Or enjoying myself. I am getting distracted. Let me see. Ooh. Okay, so right, I think I might do one more sprint, but make it a bit longer this time. Okay, so that's okay, there we go. So I'm going to start that now, just so. Yeah, I've started it. So at the end of this one, it's going to be a slight discussion, and then it's going to be a raid out. So if anyone's okay with that, feel free to do so, and I will, after I've written all these notes in. Ooh, hey Sean. Well, hope you had a good stream. I'll be lurking. Lurk away. Feel free to use the lurk command as well. I forgot to put that in my pinned message. But welcome in. I had 3 follows today, which is kind of cool. I also did a live reading earlier. But right now I'm going to transition into a sprint. And I will next chat to everyone when the sprint is over.
Tubu said. Gutted you Ave here again, lurking at work XD. Fanfic said. Good to see you lurking away again. Wait until you see what your main account says when you join the next stream with it.
In a series of events lead to the more I'm just going to write this last little bit and then read out after a little chat. Welcome in, Aldous. Oh, my... I look over and I see my bitrate is fluctuating like crazy compared to earlier. I think people are watching videos in the house. Bangs open the door and shouts, "I am lurking!" There is a lurk command now which people can use. I think I put that in mid-stream one time. And I discovered I am shockingly close to becoming affiliate without even meaning to, because of how often I'm streaming. Also, well, you are a first-time chatter as well. So if you type in !lurk, it will give you the response, and I think it's quite a nice one. I'm literally gonna finish this chapter notes stuff, and then, because I'm almost done, I think. But you visited my stream often as well. Hehe. I did a live reading earlier. you go, that's the one. I did a live reading of a Zootopia fanfiction. There we go. Eldest Ken has slipped into their Scriber-Verse once again. Will Eldest Ken return? Who knows? I should be saying that with a dramatic voice, but that's the best I can do for today. So after I finish these chapter notes, I'm going to be raiding out. So I shall get my... No, it's fine. I'm getting to the point where I'm supposed to be on a break, but it's not quite working. Okay, so chapter 4 is... Oh my god, this is a big chunk of text. Following morning is headache hiding. Yes. New form. So this is a time when people can like barge in and like say hi and stuff. Because I'm literally just writing this last little page. Accidentally. That Calvin finds Chloe is up and she apologizes for getting him drunk last night. He is initially mad, but he admits that it was an idea to see they could learn something, and it's shockingly backfired. He forgives her. Almost wrote HUR then, when she also says that Beatrice will also try and apologize later as well. After Jonah in going to South End, parents at mall for him and Calvin. But I used the lurk command. It's fine if you want to use the lurk command. Lurking's fine. It's just earlier streams people have hopped in and it's been really, really busy, but I guess people are working at the minute. So it's really quiet for the first time in a while. There's a potential for a live stream to happen in the next week. And I think after doing these, I might become affiliate unintentionally. Let's do that Chapter 5. I think this is one of 2. No, this is the last one. Let's do comments. Don't know why my nose was making that noise. Sounded like a goose. And there we go. I'm going to leave it there. Because that's the end of my notes. That's BRB. I meant this one. So, I'm gonna start the countdown. I'm knackered after streaming this. 5 hours, 6. I need to stop doing long streams. They wear me out. Whew. Well then, I've actually had a very nice, slow, productive day. Now it's time, true. I'm honestly shocked that I've decided to pick this writing stuff up again. And it's so nice having a lovely writing community to just lurk around in. Let's see now, though. Okay, no, she's, I'm just gonna follow her anyway, because they've ended their stream. I've added some suggested channels on my page as well, so people can have a look at them. Let's see, refresh. Oh, I haven't told King. Okay, Egger's live. Let's see, is anyone else live? Kiki's live. Oh, and Sean's live too. Feel free to add a world builder. I think I have added you. If not, I'll have to double check again. Aldous. I swear I added you. Not Kren, Ken. Here we go. Hopefully I added the right one, because there's a bunch with a very similar name. And there's the readout timer. Put you there. I'll put you in the middle. And yeah. Oh, my voice is going. I need a drink. Let's see. Engagement? No, it's not that one. It's a drinking wish. Oh, good. I might need to get dinner soon as well. Let me check my streams. Kate, Egg, there's Novelist, there's Sean. Let's go raid Kiki. How do I check this channel? I hope I got her name right. Oh, I did not mean my voice just like echoed. Yay, there we go. Yes, I got it right. Cool. So I'll catch everyone next time.